Good morning, everybody. Hey, that works. Thanks so much for coming out. Thanks for coming early for the folks here in the room to the first session of the day. My name is Justin, and I'm just going to introduce really quickly our reader experience, future of reader experience on Wikipedia. Just waiting for the slides to come up here. And thanks for your patience as we sort through these technical details. So shaping the future of Wikipedia's reader experience. So we have some people on stage and we have some videos from some folks who were unfortunately not able to make it. So I'll just introduce us and then we'll watch a couple of videos and then the rest of us will go ahead speaking. So if you could go to the next slide, please. So my name is Justin Shearer. I'm the lead UX designer on the reader growth team at the foundation. On stage with me, I have Nat Bacca, who's the Director of Engineering, Core Experiences at Wikimedia Foundation, and I have Joseph Seddon, who's Engineering Manager for the mobile apps. And then the videos will have Jasmine Tanner, who's a Lead Product Manager for the mobile apps, and then Olga Vasilyeva, who is a Group Product Manager for Readers at the Foundation. Go ahead. So really quickly, why are we here today? This session, we're going to explore the ways Wikipedia is evolving its reading experiences to meet the needs of a new generation of global readers. This has been a common topic in some of the other sessions that I've been fortunate enough to participate in this week. We'll discuss our overall strategy, key challenges, guiding principles, and opportunities to review the work we've done in the past to start exploring this area. Okay, and this is the timing, but we're starting a little late, so we're going to do our best to move quickly through these. Thank you. Okay, so first we're going to listen to Olga talk about our reader strategy. Hopefully. Spoiler alert, that's the next video. Okay, here we go. She's off to the side here and there's no audio, but we're just missing the audio now.
Hey everyone. I'm Olga, and I'm a product manager at the Wikimedia Foundation, and I'm going to talk a little bit about our reader strategy. So, these days at the foundation, we've been thinking a lot about the future, and specifically, how are things changing right now, and how can we make sure that we better understand the world around us and what people need from us within it. And we've learned a lot. Mostly, we've learned that the internet is changing pretty rapidly. There is a brand new generation of users that is coming to the internet and discovering and consuming the world's knowledge in new ways. So today, the wikis might not really be at the forefront of their thoughts. Like Wikipedia might not be the first thing that they think of when they think of knowledge, but we need it to be for them. We need their participation because it's crucial for the future of free knowledge. We need them to start using and learning from Wikipedia now so that they can access knowledge, which is our mission, but also so that they can become tomorrow's donors, editors, admins, stewards, etc. So they can become, a real part of the movement. So we're here to talk about how we can respond to these changes and welcome this new generation to the wikis in a way that is also ensuring the future of our current generation and not harming anyone that is currently using the wikis, that's currently contributing to the wikis, and also in a way that's true to our values and kind of principles as a movement. So before we go into that, I kind of wanted to take a moment to ask two important questions. So the first one is, why now? And the second is, okay, why do we have to change then? Why isn't the current Wikipedia good enough for these users? So I think the beginning of those questions, of those answers, is in our data. So for a long time, we didn't have to worry. People searched for something, they landed on Wikipedia, and then some of them became editors. So long as really you were a person on the internet who would occasionally search for anything in a search engine, you would come to us. But the way that people are searching is changing, and this influx of traffic that was a guarantee for us before is no longer a guarantee. And we're already seeing signs of this. So global page views have flattened over time or declined, and unique devices, which is basically the measure of individual devices or individual people using the site, are also going down in some really important regions, specifically North America, Sub-Saharan Africa, and South Asia. And the other thing I really wanted to underline is that this shift is not only affecting readers. This is a really important shift for the whole ecosystem. Fewer readers means fewer editors, means less quality content over time. And we think this decrease in readership is at least in part responsible for some of the contributor-facing metrics we're seeing, and specifically for the 13% drop in account registrations over the past year. That said, it's not all bad. We do believe we can work towards reversing these trends. But to answer those first questions, I have put, why now? Because we are feeling a sense of urgency and a sense of importance to this work. And we do think that right now is a good time to think about how we can improve and how we can build more things that are good for the people that are coming to the internet now. So let's think about them a little bit. So thinking about our first new generation of readers and learners, we know a couple of things about them. So they're visual and audio learners. They really are coming looking specifically for multimedia in many ways. They're coming to an internet that's more fragmented, and so they expect quick and personalized answers rather than, kind of like large blocks of content. They expect everything to happen very, very quickly, and if not, they do have other options to get an answer or to learn from. They're used to interactive and mobile-first experiences, so really experiences that can offer a number of different types of angles that they can perceive content from and that they can learn from. And they're very diverse. So they're diverse in age, in geography, but also in the ways and motivations for using the internet. Next, let's look at our existing readers. So we do still have a lot of active readers. We have billions of them. And we would want to make sure that as we move forward, we're not only thinking about kind of bringing in new people. So in terms of our active readers, what's happening the most with them is that they already really like and trust Wikipedia. That's important. That's a really good place to start. But their expectations for like a quality learning experience have changed. They're now more used to having personalized, feature-rich experiences elsewhere on the internet, and experiences that also allow them to dig deeper. They're interested in kind of curating what they learn, saving it, building it up over time. And so the question here for us is, how do we keep growing with them? How can we kind of strengthen this relationship so Wikipedia remains a vital part of their learning? So that brings us to our reader strategy. On a high level, we want to do three things. So first, we want to welcome a new generation of readers. We think we can do this by building new ways to explore and learn using our existing content. Second, we want to support active readers, so our current readers, by making their existing experience a little bit more curated and easier to learn from and connect with. And then finally, we want to secure our future. And here, we specifically want to build stronger relationships to our donors and really show donors the impact of their donations and the importance of their donations. So we're going to look at each one in a little bit more detail. So as we mentioned, for new generations of readers, this kind of group audience is learning in new ways. So in order to help them, we think we can do three things. So first, we think useful short visits can capture sort of their curiosity and lead to deeper exploration. Right now, sessions on Wikipedia are really short, so most people spend less than 30 seconds. And we are in a very unique position to where we can actually optimize for that. We don't rely on ads. And so we don't necessarily need to push these 30 seconds to be 45, 60, 5 minutes. We can focus on making these 30 seconds useful instead. Useful to, find that person's birthday that you're looking for, or that year that book was written, and then kind of like leave you with this pleasant memory of Wikipedia that will make you maybe go back to Wikipedia in the future the next time you see it. Second, we think that rather than investing in new types of content, we can use our existing content in ways that are more useful. So our biggest strength is our content, and our communities have spent so much time building this and making this trustworthy project. And instead of, kind of introducing these complex new formats like video or 3D or what have you, we think we can focus on this high quality content and just presenting it in different ways that will make it feel more engaging, accessible, and modern. And then finally, we think that experimentation is essential. As the internet is changing quickly, we think that there's no super easy fixed solutions. We want to explore new formats and technologies and see which ones work for us and which ones don't work. And we'll focus a little bit on this later. So for active readers, we think there's a couple of things we can do here as well. So mainly, we think content curation, or basically the ability to save bits of content, underline, to interact with the content in a more personal way, will really help this group. And we think building things that help content curation will also kind of shift the mindset of readers from reading passively to more actively learning. In order to create these personal experiences, we'll be kind of asking readers to create accounts. And we think that this can also unlock new possibilities for the types of features we can offer, as well as create a basically new audience that is dedicated to Wikipedia and passionate, that can then be more likely to begin their editing or contribution journey. And finally, we want to focus on continuing to provide a feature-rich flagship experience through our apps. And Jasmine will be talking a little bit more about that in a second. And then our final audience of readers is our donors. And donors are a little bit of a unique reader. They're crucial to the future of the movement, but in a different way. And we want to make sure that we can improve their experience over time as well, really focusing on helping them understand the importance and the impact of their donations. So to do that, we want to focus on providing ways to donate that are more contextual than banner emails. So basically, instead of asking them all the time to donate, how can we ask for a donation when we think someone has the time and interest in doing so? We also want to be able to recognize donors and strengthen their relationship with Wikipedia for existing donors. So instead of showing them campaigns that we're showing to everyone, we can say, oh, you've already donated. Maybe we don't need to show you this campaign. And then finally, we really want to be able to, once again, encourage folks to create an account so that their experience begins to become a little bit more centralized, so that even though they're donors, they might, kind of have this more personal experience and become curious in contribution, in editing, or just in learning more about Wikipedia. And that's it for me. Next, Jasmine is going to talk about platform differentiation.
If it's possible to advance to the next video.
We're just going to load up another video here, folks. Bear with us. And then there's one more video after that, but after that, I promise it's over. We're actually going to talk.
It's okay. It's all good. if you want, switch over to slides. Sir?
We can try to lip sync over the video, yeah. Not ideal.
And so I want to tell instantly valuable, no matter the user's device, bandwidth, or familiarity. To meet the needs of this vast and diverse audience, the web should remain lightweight yet customizable, offering toggles for layouts, interaction levels, and accessibility that adapt to the user's preference. It excels at surface-level engagement and discoverability. But as users deepen their interest, the web becomes a gateway to a richer experience. Contextual nudges invite readers to download our mobile apps, where they can explore offline reading, deeper personalization, and engaging features that make Wikipedia part of their daily routine. The apps are our flagship environment for deep readers and knowledge lovers, people who seek a more immersive and enriched way to engage with Wikipedia. Here, we can harness on-device capabilities to create high-trust, high-value experiences that honor our commitments to openness, privacy, and global accessibility. With that in mind, the app strategy centers around retention, recognition, and re-engagement. First, we're creating a space where knowledge lovers can return every day, discovering personalized content, playing knowledge games, and participating in non-editing ways that reinforce their relationship with Wikipedia. Second, we want to recognize and retain our donors. Rather than treating donations as one-time events, the app will offer meaningful acknowledgement throughout the user journey, reinforcing the lifetime value of being a Wikipedia supporter. We're also intentional about where we invest. In the apps, we're moving away from editor-focused feature development and instead supporting seamless handoffs to mobile web for those workflows, like visual editor, that are better suited or performed on web. Meanwhile, we're doubling down on what apps do best, leveraging local data for personalization, tapping into device capabilities, and iterating quickly on experiences that support daily exploration and learning. If you're interested in how we're bringing this to life, from knowledge games to personalized insights that are still protecting your privacy, check out Amal Ramadan's session, Reading on the Wikipedia mobile apps.
All right, so hi everyone. Now we have an in-person portion. So now we're going to talk about how we and how we learn about our users. How do we make sure that we're delivering the right things to the right people at the right time? So with this in mind, we need to change the ways that we build our tools and our features. So things that used to work in the past are not going to work anymore with this new set of users and new set of focuses. And in the past, we focused on industry best practices, low-hanging fruit, other ideas that were easy to grasp. Oh, sorry. So the variety of preferences of these new users require new strategies and new approaches. And so we need to adapt while also still holding on to our core values. So we need to make sure we're continuing to pay attention to the values that keep this project going. So with this in mind, we're going to start increasingly focusing on an experiment-based approach. So rather than making changes based on assumptions, we conduct careful research to ensure our decisions are truly serving our readers and our editors. So we have some principles we need to make sure that we're following when we approach this. We need to ask ourselves, is this solving a particular problem? We should build things that address specific problems for readers and test whether they actually solve those problems or not. We would judge as successful an experiment that proved that in fact this was not a feature that resonated with our users. Did the idea actually solve the problem? We want to try new things, and we want to measure the outcome and measure the impact before making a decision on whether to ship or not. And finally, and most importantly here, we need to make sure that we're respecting user privacy. This is a core value to this movement, a core value to this website and set of projects. We conduct research with minimal data collection and strong privacy protection. So we have data retention policies that we follow. We make sure that the data is deleted after a certain period. We conduct anonymized experiments based on anonymized tokens gathered at the edge. And we make sure that overall we're paying attention to user privacy when we conduct these experiments. Yep. So, likewise, we need to ask ourselves, is our experiment as limited as it can be? We should test with a limited scope and impact, trying to fail early and often if possible, and as a means of learning and a means of moving forward. Our study should involve only small percentages of visitors over the course of weeks. We need to ask ourselves, are our metrics supporting the mission? We don't want to optimize for metrics that might conflict with providing neutral, accurate information, which is the bread and butter of these projects. And do we have open documentation? We need to be transparent. We need to publish what we're testing, at what stage, and we need to make sure that we're bringing the community along with us, and what the possible outcomes might be on Wiki. So with that in mind, we're going to talk about a recent experiment to show how this works.
Oh, this is actually me first. Okay, so a small experiment that you can all see the results of today is what we call empty state of search bar recommendations. And so typically on wikis, what happens is if you tap the search bar either in mobile web or on web, nothing happens until you start typing. So you click it, it's just, it puts it in focus, and then you have to start typing before you get what we call type ahead search results, right? So if I need the... Sorry about that. And so we played around with something that's very common on other search platforms, which is when you put the search bar in focus, we give you 3 articles that are related to the article that you're looking at already. So these are not personalized recommendations. These are totally anonymous based on the article that you're reading, using APIs that we already have active on the projects on the mobile website. And so the results of this one are interesting. So we first tested it with a very small population of a few thousand people in Spanish and English, using an experimental browser extension. And then we brought the experiment to the mobile web in order to test it with a broader audience. And then so we had 3.4% of searches result in clicks on the empty state search recommendations. It might seem like a small number, but remember we're thinking Wikipedia scale users here, so hundreds of millions of people. Small percentages are actually very significant. And in terms of session length, like Olga mentioned earlier, we really only have like 20 seconds usually to influence and deliver value and help people along on their knowledge journey. And so this feature in particular increased session length by 15.4%, and also decreased significantly the number of people who hit the website and then immediately left. So what we would call like a session length of 0. So if you look at this graph here, at the bottom, that like green stripe with the little sort of tail that comes out of the bottom of it, that's the percentage of people who are clicking on these new search results in the treatment, which are the people who saw the experiment, versus the control, which is the people who saw the normal experience that we all had before. I was going to do a demo, but I'm not going to, because why complicate this anymore? Okay, and then we have another recording.
I think we can skip.
I think we're just going to go through it. Oh, no, actually, maybe this will work. Hey, do you want to hit play on that? Maybe. Let's not do this, actually. Yeah, okay, and I'll hand it over to Seddon to speak through some of the future work.
Hey everybody, so just going to say everything that you see here are things that are either very early in the development process in terms of like this current feature that we're kind of just about starting to work on, or there are things here that are very far in terms of this fiscal year, so like we're just starting to think about how we might build these things, how we might experiment with these things, which means everything that you see, there's opportunity to provide feedback, to get engaged and to help shape these features. So the first feature is on the mobile apps. One of the things that we know is that our users really appreciate seeing insights about their activities and how they interact with Wikipedia. Great examples of this are, for example, X tools on ToolForge that allows you to see the way in which you edit Wikipedia, the way in which you can contribute, to see insights. We also, on the mobile apps, we would have just covered this, but we have a year-end review feature that allows you to see what your interactions with Wikipedia on the mobile apps have been over the last 12 months, and this combines both your reading interactions. Is this actually working? Go for it if it works. One attempt.
One of our recent experiments on the Wikipedia
Okay.
iOS app was called Year in Review. The idea was to invite app users to browse like how many articles they read with community-wide impact, such as the number of articles viewed or the fact that Wikipedia runs without ads thanks to donations. We wanted to test 2 things. First, could this deepen reader engagement with the app and with Wikipedia as a whole? And second, could this serve as a softer, more personalized alternative to annual banner fundraising campaigns when that method does not resonate? Our success criteria were modest for a first experiment. We wanted to see 2% of viewers donate, 5% share a slide, and 65% give it a neutral or satisfactory rating. Here's a look at some of the screens we used. Logged in users with at least a month of data started with personalized interest slides. They were able to view insights like how many articles they read this year and their most active day for reading. We were able to use local device data for these insights. We also shared editing stats for people that have an editing history. For users that haven't donated, they were reminded that Wikipedia runs ad-free with a call to action to donate or simply learn more about the movement's work. Importantly, donors saw a different message, a thank you slide instead of the zero ads one. We built fallback versions for every slide so that users without personalized data or users that were not logged in could see the collective insights of iOS Wikipedia app users, or in cases where English was the user's primary language setting in the app, they saw content from the web microsite which shared about English Wikipedia's collective impact. At the end, we asked users for feedback to shape future versions of the feature. So what happened? In just 15 days, 0.2% of engaged users donated. That may sound small, but it led to 119 donations, which was a 109% increase over the same period last year through the app menu. Even better, over half of these donors were new, and only 0.5% of feedback had negative comments about fundraising. On the sharing side, 2.9% of users clicked to share, and we saw over 30 public shares online. People told us they'd love a way to share a summary image, something we're now exploring. More than 13% of users who opened their year-end review made it all the way to the final slide. Even more impressive, these users had a 40% point higher return rate than the baseline, a major lift in re-engagement. Satisfaction was also extremely high. 98.9% of users who received personalized stats were neutral or satisfied. 97.4% of users without personalized stats were neutral or satisfied. And nearly 87% of all users said they were very satisfied or satisfied. Even users who didn't receive a personalized story still found the experience meaningful. We're also starting to see deeper signals of impact. Over 1,500 people left free text comments. Nearly 60% of them asked for more personalization, often with specific ideas. 15% asked to bring back the feature next year. This tells us users are eager for more ways to feel seen, valued, and connected, especially when their time, learning, or donations are acknowledged. Based on the response we received, we're bringing Year in Review back to iOS, and we will introduce it to Android users this December. Beyond that, we're thinking about how this kind of storytelling can become reoccurring, recognizable experience for readers, one that brings them closer to Wikipedia and the movement behind it. Now, let's switch gears and talk about an experiment we ran on the Android app called Recommended Reading List. Our goal was to recommend articles based on the kind of content users are interested in, using signals like saved articles, reading history, or interests they select themselves. We set 2 success criteria for the experiment. First, a 1% increase in overall app retention, and second, a 5% increase in retention for the reading list feature itself. And here's what that experience looked like. On the saved landing screen, users in the experiment group saw a new card at the top inviting them to discover articles picked for you. This was their personal weekly reading list curated just for them. They could tap Get Started or opt out. If they tap Get Started, they were prompted to choose how the list should be built based on self-selected interests, articles saved, or reading history. For those who self-selected, they could search for topics or pick from suggestions. Once they selected seed articles, their personalized list was generated. The final experience showed their recommended articles with the option to save items, get notifications when a new list was available, and adjust settings like the number of articles, frequency of updates, or even turn the feature off. So, what did we learn? On the app retention side, we didn't see a difference between logged out experiment groups and the control group. But among logged in users, the experiment group had a statistically significant increase in retention. It was up by 0.47%, which is a promising signal. And when we look at feature retention, the results are even stronger. Users who engaged with the recommended list showed a 33.5% higher retention rate for the feature compared to the control group. We also saw early signs of notifications working. 4.8% of Discover views came directly from users opening a notification. These results are helping us to refine our approach to content discovery, and we're excited to keep testing what makes recommendations feel truly personal and worth coming back for.
Cool, thank you everybody. We've only got 7 minutes, so we're going to try and get through this as quickly as we possibly can. You just saw year in review, and this is obviously a once yearly summary of your activities. We're going to start exploring if we can make something permanent, both in the Android and iOS apps, that covers both your editing activity, but now is going to be expanded to also cover your reading activity. Users will want to have control over what is being displayed to them, and so to ensure privacy, we will be doing this entirely leveraging local on-device data for this implementation. And we're also currently working with the growth team and the data engineering teams to see if we can improve editor statistics for all editors, both on web and on apps. One of the things that we've noticed is that the feed is one of the first things that people land on in the mobile apps. And I think people have expectations about being able to take them and start them on their journey. And we see that feed-based approaches prevails in a lot of other reading applications, including even web browsers. You know, if you're on your phone, you will see that Chrome or Firefox will make recommendations about things that you might be interested to read based on your previous activities. And so we're going to try and see if we can create a new feed-based approach that pulls from people's reading lists, from recommendations, from their recent reading history, and to allow them to customize what their new feed and their new tab experience is going to be. And the idea is we're also going to try and explore if we can sort of provide small pieces of easily digestible information. Many of the Wikipedias have something akin to Did You Know? And so we're looking to see if we can actually kind of surface the new articles that are created by users and expose those to our users. One of the things that we did in the last 12 months was that we brought a trivia game to the Android app. It's one of the first production games that we've actually brought anywhere on our platforms. And so we're going to be porting this over to iOS, and we're going to start thinking about what our next game might be. If you'd like to get creative, there is going to be a game session on Saturday that I'll be running. Please come along, and we're going to have Kevin Piravi and other people who build games, and they're going to come and display and show off, and so it'll be cool. And we're going to also see if we can kind of create some ideas for our own games. The other thing that we're kind of looking at is to see if we can improve how people discover information. One of the examples I've got here is that if you search what is Kenya's capital in our on the mobile apps, the results that you get are links to information that's not relevant. And so we know that one of the things that search engines do is that they provide and enable people to get relevant answers to the questions that they're asking. And so when you ask what is the capital of Kenya, you should be able to get Nairobi as the direct response. And so one of the things that we're looking to do is how can we take the natural language questions that people input and aim to surface directly the content that we have in our projects. And we're hoping that we can use semantic understanding to extract and display excerpts from articles and then show those to our users and basically help surface the verifiable information that our communities create. One option that we're looking through this is search. Another option is that we're thinking about is how we can potentially expose some of the questions that people commonly ask, and can we do a similar approach and basically surface these types of questions to users in a sort of a question and answer. And this, again, we hope will aim to pull answers directly from that human-written Wikipedia content. I'm going to hand over to...
Yeah, to me, thank you. Okay, so we have been given permission to go over a little bit, but I think we'll make it to the finish line here. So as Olga mentioned earlier, the sort of newer generations of readers on the wikis and on the internet are much more visual. They're looking for more audio-visual content. And so we're experimenting with ways to make the experience of articles more visual, foreground images a little bit more, and sort of let people use images as anchors through the reading experience, and sort of like amplify that, which is something they're already doing today. We're also thinking about reading lists on the web, so this has been an app feature for a long time. We're considering, and we're playing around with bringing that over to both the desktop and mobile web platforms, maybe in exactly the same form, but also probably like tailored to the unique experiences that people expect on those platforms. I just lost my slide. Collections is something I'm very excited about. So imagine if you could take images from Commons, text excerpts from Wikipedia articles, maybe even in multiple wikis, highlights, articles, your reading lists, and then combine them and curate them into their own sort of knowledge artifacts that you could then share and use as a participant in the wiki movement. That's something that's very exciting. So that was pretty quick. The broad thing, the reason that we're doing all of this is that we really need you folks to work with us on this. So we need your ideas. We're really excited for feedback. We genuinely feel like your feedback is a gift, especially at the early sort of concept phases of a lot of these features. So I think let's keep talking. So you can find me for the rest of the weekend. I've got a table with some other designers downstairs near the hackathon space. I'm hoping to just chat with people basically for the rest of the week about these concepts. And if you have any other ideas about how to bring new generations of readers to the wikis, and how to improve experiences for readers that already exist, please come talk to me or any of the folks here on stage. Also, reach out to us on Wiki. So there's a QR code for the meta page here. And we also have a session, a panel session on Saturday at 4:30 in Nieri. Anything else you guys want to add before we? Okay. Thanks very much, folks. Thanks for bearing with us through the technical problems, and I really appreciate you all. Thanks.
graph, you can see how the overall baseline of our bandwidth increased, and then you can see those human caused traffic spikes when the former US President Jimmy Carter passed away. So that comes then in such a moment on top, and that may even lead to a slowdown experience for users in such a moment, because the overall strain on the infrastructure has constantly increased. All right, so why is that even a challenge? So I think there's many tensions in that field and reasons why that is challenging. So the maybe biggest tension is our content is free. We want people to use it, we want people to reuse it, but our infrastructure is not. So the load on our infrastructure, the high volume bot traffic, comes with real costs. And that is something we need to think about, how we navigate that and how we reduce that load. Our mission does rely on the people to find us and join us as readers, contributors, and donors. So how do we do that? If we are known in the world, if we are visible, if we are showing up in search results, etc., and if companies do attribute the content they're using, right? That is a way that brings users back to the site. Last point here, it is very hard to distinguish one bot user from another, and by the way, also humans from bots. And bots become smarter and pretend to be humans. Challenging to think about how you can actually respond to something like that. So on the web, anyone can basically pretend to be LemonBot. And that means that actions to reduce the load in our infrastructure can impact legit users and abusers alike, if not done smartly. So this is something where we are investing a lot in figuring out how to do that in a way that it's not impacting the people we not want to impact. Zooming in kind of behind the scenes, how does content delivery in Wikimedia actually work, and what does that have to do with bot traffic? So Wikimedia's content delivery network is optimized for humans. Around the world, we have 2 primary data centers. We're both in the US, and we have 5 caching centers. So, and the caching centers help us bring the data closer to the user. So there's one really cool thing about humans. They tend to read the same articles. So that means that a really high number of articles is always available in a caching center. And for example, when I request from Nairobi, the article for Nairobi, my request would be sent to the caching center in Marseille, which is the next caching center to my location. And once it's available, if it's available, which is probably the case, it gets served back to me. So if I, from Nairobi, request an article which is less popular, that request will be forwarded to the main data center that has the full database and serves the content right back from there, and then stores it in the caching center so that the next user has a better and faster experience than I do. So this is how it overall works. So now, while requests by humans frequently terminate in the caching center because they tend to read the same articles, this is not true for bots. So bots may agnostically access all, let's say, articles in a category or all articles in a wiki project, right? So it's kind of like their requests are getting way more often forwarded to the main data center, which increases the costs for that type of traffic. So zooming in a bit, in a situation where a big event occurs, so in the beginning you saw that graph with the passing away of Jimmy Carter and how our overall baseline of outgoing bandwidth increased, right? Memorize, think about that. So this is a different event. In May earlier this year, there was the announcement of a new Pope, Pope Leo, is it the 14th? So at a certain point in time, he got announced from the balcony in Rome. And this is what you can see here on the graph. You see the traffic spike where Pope Leo got announced, and the curve, which is at around 16, 17 p.m., that is the white smoke to announce that something is coming, right? So those traffic spikes, they occur because everyone links to Wikipedia to read about the individual or about an event. At the same time, editors frequently update the page with new information, and that results in read traffic, focusing on an article that is constantly being invalidated from the caches and need to be kind of updated through that circle of data centers and caching centers that I've shown you earlier. So imagine that is the regular situation for us, and then on top there comes a significant increase in load on our infrastructure coming from bots, right? So that is the situation that we're currently facing. And yes, bot traffic is expensive. So about 65 of our most expensive traffic comes from bots. So those are the requests that need to be forwarded to the main data center because bots read anything, right? Contrary, only 35% of page views come from bots. So there is kind of like a misalignment there in the proportions. It goes on with the cost. So bot traffic is expensive. Crawling our sites for content is not something new. Actually, we were used to thinking about bots as a really useful user class, right? When you think of wikis, can you hear me? Okay, I'm back. When you think about bots on the wikis, they take on tasks that are cumbersome, right? They help users automate workflows, which is pretty useful. Thinking about crawler bots, also crawler bots have been really useful in the past. For example, a search engine bot would go and look up the content across the web and index that content and then display the content in the search engine results. And what that does is, in return, it brings users back to the site. So, but that has changed a little, and that is our problem here. Bot behavior has really changed significantly. So on the one hand, we have a sheer amount of traffic that causes issues, but also that is combined with patterns such as really high frequency of requests, circumventing rate limits, lack of attribution, and spoofing identities, so pretending to be lemon bot while you're not, right? And all that together leads to a situation where we experience a constant disruption and high workload for our infrastructure teams, and they say this is really like playing whack-a-mole, where the mole comes out, right? And you kind of need to have your hammer ready to get it back in the hole. So that is obviously something we don't want, and therefore we started thinking about, okay, how does a sustainable knowledge as a service model actually look like? Because we want to enable content reuse, and how do we do that in ways that it's going to be sustainable for generations to come? In the end, that means we need something like a carrot and stick model. And we're Wikimedia, so our sticks look a bit different than the sticks of others. These sticks you can actually eat. We're working on them to become a bit more sustainable. But we're talking about we're needing, in the end, a system, an approach that is systemic, but also dynamic, because there may be more changes in the broader internet, right? We also sound. Hello? Am I back? Okay. So I'm off again. Can we switch the microphone, please? Hello. Okay. I like the sound of that microphone better. I hope you do too. So in the end, our goal is to, with the limited resources that we have, to maintain preferential access for humans, right, the readers and the human contributors, and mission-oriented traffic. For example, volunteer developers who run bots, right? Our own services that need to kind of access APIs to perform certain tasks, and be able to respond to changes dynamically. It means investing in our API ecosystem, because using APIs is more sustainable than scraping the website directly. So we are looking into what are pathways that users need, developers need, researchers need, content reusers, companies need. But we are meeting their current needs and the future needs, and are able to direct users to enterprise services where appropriate. And enterprise is basically a service for high volume users with a specific set of APIs designed to meet use cases that are classic for large volume users and companies. It also means enabling a base level of governance across access points, including a tiered level of access and the ability to enforce policies systemically. And policies are something like our terms of use, something like our robot policy, and our user agent policy. So these policies have forever, and It's about looking into how can we more systemically apply these to ensure that we have a fairer use of our resources and infrastructure. So attribution, we talked about that earlier. Attribution is key because our mission relies on the people to find us and join us as readers, contributors, and donors. We know that. Attribution is also essential to ensure credibility of information and to recognize the work of volunteers. And this is, in the end, a motivation factor, right? Is it known that I contributed, yes or no? License-conform reuse is key to enable that. So no matter whether the access method to content is via scraping or bulk downloads like this, APIs or other mechanisms. And that means in the end that we need a cohesive approach to attribution for companies to help bring users back to support the resource they depend on. Telling users apart is key for a systemic approach. What does that mean? So you all work on the Wikimedia projects in the one or the other way. One thing that you will feel is really kind of like, you may not think about this, but it's systemic to every workflow on a wiki, and that is that each edit can be associated with a user. So, and that means that communities can differentiate one editor from another. And that in return enables on the wiki, which is needed for project health and community growth, but also is needed for product development because you will need to know how many new editors we have and what type of needs they have to be able to develop features that actually meet their needs, right? So this is a really crucial piece of information. We don't need to know that user A lives in Berlin and is, I don't know, female, right? But we need to know what user A is entity user B to be able to do this. So in the world of bot traffic, however, verifying this is not yet reliably possible. And that is the key part of the problem here. What we're looking into is improving our ability to distinguish one bot user from another. And that is a prerequisite for ensuring fair use of our infrastructure and for developing products that meet users' needs. So how do we do that? We talked earlier about preferential access for humans, bots run by our technical community, or other mission-oriented traffic. So this is something where we want to go approach in a way that we're really building on existing concepts and groups of trusted contributors. So for example, our technical community, they are all, literally almost all of them have a developer account, right? And they have signed up with their email address. That makes them a trusted contributor in a way. So you can build up on the concept and say like, okay, users who are a member of that group, we are kind of like already in a way trusted and authenticated. So we can tell them apart from users who are not in that group, right? So we're working a lot with these concepts to reduce an impact on our community as much as possible and basically ask people to simply follow the guidelines that we have and follow the policies that we have and the best practices that we have, because that tells them apart from the people who don't. And then you can also systemically enforce policies and apply policies to the users who don't. So big focus here is simply on ensuring adherence to our policies and guidelines as terms of use, API policy, robots policy, user agent policy. And the end goal of all of us that is to enable sharing of knowledge freely in ways that are sustainable for generations to come, right? And of course, there is always a level where you can just say Wikimedia is always open, right? And you go in and you kind of explore the API or you scrape with your bot, but that goes until a limit which is sustainable for us, right? So that is kind of the system to ensure that we have fair use and that we can prioritize our resources and access. You can almost kind of create a, how do you call that, like a lyric or a sentence to remember how we're thinking about this, and that is if we know our users, then we can build an API offering that meets their needs, while also providing guidance on how to reuse content and preventing abuse. And that is part of the Wikimania Foundation's current annual plan. And we started a bit earlier this year already. And in the end, it always starts with data insights. So you discover what the problem is, you explore what the patterns are. Out of that, we kind of designed an action plan on what we do about that and how we do about that, how we go about that. We published the problem and talked about it. So we published a blog post that talked about the impact of crawlers in our infrastructure. We updated our robot policy and communicated with our technical community and asked them to follow the policy. We reached out to developers to talk about their API needs, about their access needs, about their data needs, and thinking about what can we do to build a system that helps them access content in ways that are also sustainable for us. And we started with a technical implementation of a system where we can kind of improve how we detect bots, how we differentiate them, so that we actually can respond to abuse of resources in the system. It's everything for now, and I think we have 5 minutes for questions, which I would welcome if we have them. Thank you. I see a hand in the back. Okay. Do we have a second microphone for the audience, or do we need to share a microphone? Okay.
Hello.
Oh, yeah, of course. Hi, and thank you. That was a super interesting presentation. I had a question for the AI, which I wasn't able to ask, but I'm going to ask you. Are you more excited or concerned about the future potential impact of AI on people and planet?
Sorry, can you repeat your question?
Are you
It's
more
breaking.
excited or concerned about the future potential impact of AI? My question was going to be on people and planet, but to make it easier, maybe on Wikimedia.
I would say with every new technology and every new development, there comes a huge opportunity, there comes also a challenge, and there comes accountability in terms of like how you use it, right? And I think we are still figuring out how AI can be most useful and how we use it responsibly, right? And I think it's a very interesting time because we're seeing that transition and people exploring it and playing with that. I had conversations here in Wikimania where people talked about how AI helped him kind of develop small, easy coding scripts, and we are not a programmer, right? So there's a lot of value in that. And I think in the AI panel, Celine and others, we talked about the human in the loop and how AI can be used to simplify workflows, but also kind of like the need for having a human in the loop, right? And here, for example, with the impact of crawlers, what I find really interesting for us from an infrastructure perspective, it really doesn't matter that the reason why companies crawl our sites so massively right now is AI, because the impact feels exactly whether the reason is AI or whether someone would decide to send massive requests to read it out loud to their cat, right? It really doesn't matter because the impact feels the same. It's mostly interesting to know because it helps you think about what is the product offering that supports these type of uses if done responsibly and sustainable, right? And that is something, for example, our enterprise team is of course looking a lot into, right? What are actually the needs of these customers in the end, and what would be helpful. So, and I think that is the reason why you want to know as a product manager what the usage is and what the background is, right?
So I like to have like 2 questions. The first one is about the web crawlers itself, because because there are some web crawlers, for example, like the Internet Archive bot that is useful for the users. For example, I recall like there was an article made in 2012 that is so badly written, but since the author of the article that this is a badly written article put the sources, it was archived by the Internet Archive bot, and because it was crawled, I could see the source and I could rewrite it to meet the standards. So I think these kind of bots should be encouraged and implemented into other wikis so that sources and links in the Wikipedia could be saved from link rot. So I think that should be distinguished between like the web crawlers that are commercially advantaged and those who also advantage the users of wiki. And my second point was about the attribution. What is being attributed here? Is it the users or Wikipedia? Because if you try to cite the article from the Wikipedia, the thing that came is the Wikipedia itself. No authors would be mentioned, not even the majority. Like sometimes you going to bound to found an article that is 99% written by this same person, but it would be cited as Wikipedia regardless. But in the recent case, there was, I believe some of you already know, like a Portuguese businessman who deleted some of his content from the Wikipedia article, and the one who has to receive the blame was the author. So I am confused here. Who is being attributed here? The Wikipedia or the authors that contributed to the articles? Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Great question. So I come back to your first one first. You're absolutely right. There is bot users and also crawlers where 100% useful, right? I think what we need from our community is help in kind of defining what are the trusted bots, right? Like what are the bots that should have as much access as possible, and so that we can support these use cases, right? And tell them apart from other use cases where this is not the case. So in the end, for us, it's just important that we can keep a healthy balance, but we will need the help of our community to tell us who is that, right? And who need to be on the trusted bots program, or however you want to call it. To your second question, we have 30 seconds left, so I will be very fast. I'm referring to the content license that each wiki project has, right? And Wikipedia, for example, there will be CC, is it 3 or 4 right now? 4, okay. CC BY is a 4.0, right? But Wikidata is CC 0, for example, right? Where this doesn't apply, but it does apply for most Wikipedias and other content projects. All right. We're done, right? I'm sorry. I'm available in the hallway track for more questions, but I think we officially need to end the session because the next session is basically starting in 5 minutes. Thank you all for coming.
Can you hear me properly? Hello?
Thank you. So this is the trustees right now, but just to remember you, we are about to have a new round of elections for the board. Shani and Mike will enter term at the end of the year, and we will appoint two new people. The elections are going to be held starting from the 27th of August for 2 weeks. So remember to go and check what the candidates and vote when it is the time. I would also take the time to remember the birthdays of many Wikipedias in different languages that are celebrating their birthday this month in August and the next month in September. I don't want to make mistakes in pronunciation, which I would definitely do if I tried. So I will just leave the slide here for a few seconds so that you can see by yourself who is to celebrate. And after that, to Mayura to describe.
Thank you, Lorenzo. We're going to do a little bit of logistics now, because the way this session is going to work is we've got trustees organized by topics. And so at different tables, there'll be different topics. Trustees will take that conversation forward. So kind of bear with us. It's a very full room. It's hard to move around. If you can't stay at your table, that might be easiest for everyone, but if you need to move for a topic, you can. I'm going to start off firstly with the topic for our online attendees, and Shani will be hosting them around AI and the value of human-generated content. One of my colleagues is going to share on the Eventia chat a Zoom link for those that are joining online. I'd ask that people in the room, please don't join the Zoom room, because you can join other tables in the room. So online people, there's a link coming your way. For those in the room, the table over here, where Selena's currently sat, but she's going to move, is table 1, and this is going to be neutrality and threats to Wikipedia. Victoria and Mache. Mache is already there at his table. Victoria's going to make her way. Come join Victoria, Mache, Stephen, and Lisa from the foundation staff to talk about neutrality and threats to Wikipedia on table 1. In the middle here, we have table 2, and we're going to have Mike and Nat, who are already here at table 2, talking to us about contributors and the decline in contributors that we're seeing and support for users with extended rights. I'm going to hop onto table 2 as well, and Jorge is going to help me out from the foundation staff team. Will also be there. Table 3 is right in the back where Luis is at, and Luis is going to be joined by Lorenzo and Jimmy, and they're going to talk at table 3 about AI and the value of human-generated content at table 3, and Selena's going to help out from the staff team there. And then, last but not least, table 4, we're going to have readers and consumers building more awareness and sustainability of the Wikimedia projects. And at this table, you'll be welcomed by Kathy, Mayri, Phoebe, Patricio, and Anusha and Jaime from the foundation staff team will be also there helping out. So please make your choices now. Trustees, if you're not at the right table, please move. Otherwise, make your choices now. We're going to allow for like 2 minutes for the quick changeover, and then we're going to start group discussions on the tables to discuss our topics.
they can think. So we should have some stability check whether it's some mix-up of the prompt or something. But we have to detect the AI and we have to use it in positive way. And as Sir said that, okay, how to use, it's better to teach that how we should use it. Don't, because even though we are stopping our kids in nowadays, even after 5 years, there is no chance to stop it. It will automatically come to them, and we should teach that how they should use it as a positive way.
I always have a sample query that I use on every new AI test. I ask, who is Kate Garvey, my wife? Because she's not a famous person, but she's known a little bit, just enough that the AI thinks it knows something, and it's always wrong. But it's also, this is what's dangerous for Wikipedia, it's always plausible. It sort of comes up with something that makes some sense. And then my second question is always, and who did she marry? And again, it's always wrong, but it's always plausible. It's people we know, it's people who she worked with in the past and things like that. And so for Wikipedia, this would be a bad use. And actually, it's what we have to guard against newcomers who, sometimes in good faith, they don't know. They just think, oh, I want to help in Wikipedia, and I just use the AI, and oh, it looks really good, and it even has sources. Yeah, they're all 404 not found, but whereas I love the idea of summary. I'm going to walk away from here, and like, there's so much going on in the Wikimedia world that I can't keep up with everything. I can't even keep up with everything in English Wikipedia. So sometimes something big is happening and I don't hear about it until somebody randomly tells me. I'm like, oh, I should go look into that. But just like a simple, like, summarized village pump, not just in English, but in whatever, 10 languages. You could even have the AI do it once a week. Just go and just tell me anything. And what's great about a use like that is if it's for my own consumption, or maybe sharing with the community a little bit or something like that, it doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to get it has to be correct enough to be useful. But if it misses, if it decides something's not important, if it actually wasn't, well, okay, I've seen it in the first place. So it's quite fun. Summarizing, what did you say? Wikimedia L. Someone said? Yeah. Wikimedia L. I don't even look at Wikimedia L anymore. I've got too much email anyway. I don't look at any of my emails, to be honest. Actually, I should just summarize all my emails.
You should have it right, the responses too.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, just replace me with Jimmy Pond.
No, it's I feel not even a month ago, this recently happened, people are using very confidential personal data in AI.
Oh yeah,
which I think it will come huge negative energy for all of them.
Very bad.
Because you can't imagine that they are putting their passport details, date of birth, to whole family history on the AI, and they are asking something. I was shocked when I have seen someone. I tried to explain, but out of 10, I can maybe 5 can explain that what is the negative things. But yes, I believe that maybe we can have some courses also, even though working for the Wikilearn, that we have to teach on this, because personal data, even the Wikimedia is secured, very sensitive data is only even the personal data for Wikimedians, we already shared the foundation, but that is also limited people access. People are given their personal data to AI and asking to generate something in like a visually, which is not exist in the world. So I think all of us are kids, and we at least start from our kids to guide that how they can use the AI, and they maybe can transfer it to the friends. But awareness for this AI negative and positive sides, we have to start from our own, and it will come one by one, like Wikipedia was started, and now millions of the volunteers. So I believe in this way maybe we can control the use of AI. We cannot avoid, we cannot eliminate this AI in our day by day, but we have to control it, not to eliminate it.
Well, I'm seeing more and more stories about fraudulent scientific publications, fraudulent journals, and apparently it's becoming a bigger and bigger problem. And I worry about that sort of thing. Like, you know, when I just saw a headline, I didn't read the story of this problem. I was like, wow, I hope and I assume Wikipedians are getting that list and checking every Wikipedia. Did we cite any scientific research? Because it does look so plausible, and it would be quite easy to be fooled. And you also don't you don't want to be restricted. Say, well, we only use the most famous journals, right? There's always sort of lesser journals on, there'll be an academic journal on obscure history of some place. That's a legitimate source, but how can I tell the difference between that and a made-up journal? Anyway, so that worries me a lot. It's not about what it's doing to us, but what is it doing to the broader ecosystem?
Yeah, I don't think the AI detection systems work well enough to address that, but I believe there should be a policy as to this large language model makers to provide this service to people.
So to the medical content, like India is organizing this year.
That's gorgeous.
Yeah, this is gorgeous, but this is a fake virus. This is Odomos virus.
Fake virus.
We are actually, conducting a wiki science competition in India, and we were just
some articles about some individuals who exist at all, but about they wrote a very long article. About 1 month ago, we find this in English Wikipedia, and we find out that about this person, this article was translated about 38 languages, including Georgian, and we just delayed it. But the problem is that they're providing the sources too, and when you are going to sources, you see that it's some articles in journals, it's read, but then you are starting to digging in that. You are finding that this journal also
Source is also AI generated.
AI generated, or at least fake news. I think in the coming years we will have a much bigger problem with that kind of articles and the contents.
What's interesting is that AI didn't create the ability to do that. Humans could type all that article and type the fake news and put it in the journal. It makes it faster and maybe makes it more prolific, but it's not a new problem.
Yeah, that existed before.
It's true, but it's easier. Like I've been impressed. There was a case in English Wikipedia of someone who had written some fake articles with fake sources and everything, and I believe it was, I don't know if it was ever exposed who it was, but it had to be an experienced Wikipedia, because it's, to write well and to write a Wikipedia that's persuasive enough that people just let it through, it's not easy. But now it wouldn't, because the AI knows how to write like a Wikipedia that's read.
The issue is that it's AI generated or that it's false.
Yeah, I have a comment on this issue of scale and the impact. I feel right now, I'm sorry, this isn't going I think that things are like doing okay for now. But I have the same overall fear that this is of a thing that could like destroy the projects. I think that this issue is like one of the biggest ones that I've seen. But when so Matthias did a presentation yesterday about fake ISBN numbers, which that's the number that corresponds to like a book or and so he did an analysis and he found some that had like multiple. So I have a colleague who was under the weather yesterday, but sitting at his computer all day, and so he took a dump and looked at ISBNs across all of the projects, and so he got percentages of ISBNs that failed the checksums, and it was 0.5%. And then I asked him, and so that accounts, it's a couple thousand, and so there are over 5.2 million ISBNs in English Wikipedia. And so then I asked him to look before November 2022, because November 2022 is when ChatGPT was launched. That's when it is. And so we compared how many in each. There was about 1,000 more.
Okay.
Now, so I'll just say, and we can look at other things too. It's definitely a problem, and it is definitely something we need to address. But I think the existing community systems actually have responded. Not in all places. There are some that are smaller, and I think that need more support for sure. But I think some of the community systems that have evolved in English Wikipedia actually have been kind of effective in like holding the line. And there's going to be articles, but there were articles before, big hoax problems before too, and the scale is a problem. But I do think some of the community systems, they have formed a moat, So I think that's like, for me, it was encouraging to see those numbers and that they were so small, because it's a real issue. I totally agree.
It is, I mean, and I do think like that, as I said, like to really create a hoax, you had sort of 5 years ago to be pretty knowledgeable with Wiki, right? Because to fool other Wikipedians is not easy. But now it's just easier.
Yeah.
Of those ISBNs that failed the checksum, obviously a typo can cause that to happen.
Yes.
But did you get a sense of a German, a very long time German user emailed me and said, "Oh, this fun story." He had checked ISBNs in German Wikipedia, looking for ones that were fake, and he started finding a few, and several were from the same user.
Yeah.
And so he went to this user and said, "Hey, what's going on?" And his judgment was it was good faith. It was a user who thought he was being helpful. He just asked ChatGPT for some sources, and it would make up books and ISBN. And he said, "Well, don't do that anymore," and that was the end of it, And it wasn't malicious. It wasn't somebody trying to create a hoax, but like, if good faith users can do this, you can imagine someone who's got whatever weird. I mean, and also, I think what motives we have about. We all know trolls. They don't need to have a very good.
No, some of it I think is just totally good faith. Yeah.
So that's super interesting.
Do we have like a bot that can police any of this at the moment, or no?
I don't think there's a bot that checks.
Asking if there's a bot that is takes just like things.
I mean, for me, I can answer for myself. Like there couldn't be one bot that could do it.
for these users.
Oh, so we are approaching the end of the time, so maybe finish your sentence in your group, and then I will ask maybe who wants from the table to quickly share what they have discussed.
So I got sometimes confused.
I hope each of you had an interesting discussion in your table. Definitely it was in the table I was attending. So if anyone from any of you would like to say 2 words, like 1 minute max, on what came out from your table, I think other people would be happy to hear. Luis, from the AI table.
All right, so we had ChatGPT write this, but so we went through. I'll take you a little cycle. We started out talking about use cases. There was a really interesting one in Turkey where they summarized Wikimedia L and then translated it to Turkish and then sent it out to their list. So we thought that was really cool. We talked about grammar, spell check. There's a bunch of different use cases that people are using it today. Then we got into the fears of AI, and I think the TLDR there is that vandalism got a lot easier. You can create fake pages, create a whole bunch of sources for the fake pages, fake websites for those sources, much more simply than you could before. And I think Jimmy was saying, it's hard to fool a Wikipedian, but this makes it easier. Like, you don't have to be an expert on Wiki to fool Wiki anymore. Then there was a bit of hope where Selena was telling us that someone on the team was looking at the ISBN issues, where we had fake checks on ISBNs in the talk from yesterday. And we did a dump and saw that 0.5% of ISBNs were incorrect. So it's a very, very small number. And then Selena had him look pre-GPT, so March 22, whatever the date was. And it was actually 1,000 ISBNs higher. So there is still some, lower. So we got 1,000 more fake ISBNs out of 5 million ISBNs. So it's not at the end of the world yet, but it's something that we need to watch. And we do have good systems that are working to protect the wikis, with the flag that small wikis likely need help and likely to have less of that moat and protection in those systems. And then to end, Jimmy had a quote here that I'm going to reuse, although he was talking about British English versus English, which was, everybody please relax. But there is a lot that we need to do and focus here on how do we best use and leverage these tools for good and avoid the dark sides of them.
Thank you. Anyone? Mayu?
So I was the note taker for table 2, which in honor of its number split into 2 tables. So table 2 is in 2 parts. We were discussing contributors and the decline in contributors and support for users with extended rights. We had a very wide-ranging conversation. I took 4 pages of notes, which I'm not going to summarize for all of you, but I'm going to share maybe just 4 quotes from, I won't attribute them, that I think kind of talk about the discussion we had. So talking about users with extended rights, somebody said, the old English Wikipedia RFA process was very antagonistic. We had someone share how adminship should be no big deal. And then somebody talk about our philosophy on their project is that as long as you're trusted, we can have more admins. Like, we don't try and limit the numbers. And then the last quote I'll share with you all is, think about a structure for sharing ideas to spread ideas across wikis.
Thank you, Mayur.
Table 2.
Really? Okay. Sorry. I was voluntold. Well, I think that I would divide the
conversations we had into, like, I think that we first talked about like decline of engagement of users on Wikipedia in general first, without getting into the user of extended rights component. There was a lot of interesting thoughts about how one of the biggest factors for that is how, and this is not news for folks, people feel that young people are being left behind, are not as engaged in our projects. People are getting older that used to be on our projects, and we're not attracting newer audiences that are being captured in other places where we are seeing growth of online interaction. But then we spent the majority of the time talking about also the decline of user of extended rights, but most importantly, how do we retain the ones that we currently have, but also how can we encourage new ones to come? There was a lot of conversation on how once you become an admin, or like pretty much everyone on this side of the table was a user of extended rights besides two of us, and it was the fact that folks became admins, but there was never like a resource sent to them like, this is how you should actually be an admin. It was everything around just go and do it, and there could be like proper support, proper materials, but also proper recognition. Hence why there was a lot of interest in the day of just being, what was the quote that Michael said? I forget. It was like, it took us 20 years.
Oh, it was such a good quote that I actually noted it. So it's great that we had a special day for users with extended rights. It is really sad that it took us more than 20 years to have it.
Yeah, so let's end with that.
Thank you. And contributors are on one side, readers and consumers at the other side of the coin.
We had more questions than answers, I think. But we talked about marketing and whether we are trying to add to the visibility. Learn that, for example, there is a product tool that allows short videos to be used directly from Wikipedia, or games in the English Wikipedia, and efforts that are being made around that. We had questions around the change in consumption, and people expressed the hope they saw in this conference, looking at the new things that were presented regarding the interface, and asked, how there were questions around how do we make sure that we involve the community, but also how do we make sure that we don't let ourselves stand in our own way to actually go to the next level. We learned that awareness is steady and visibility is down. As well. Everyone, but we are not seen in. I have another mic because it's very weird. We also were asking the question, what is encyclopedic, and are we really just an encyclopedia, or are we something else? We also went into attribution and making sure that the visibility is not just about the content, but also who writes it and who it is supported by, for example, the sources. We also talked about, we are lucky and have the three endowment board members at this table, so we were told, and we understand that the endowment is really the idea to support Wikipedia for the next 10 years. But there was also the question, or 10 years and beyond, sorry, of course, but the idea, because the question was asked, what do the next 15 years look like? And also, I think big questions that came out of all the conversations around what does the whole ecosystem of information look like? And where do we fit in it? What are the things that we might want to change in terms of how we look at our projects? How do we maintain them to be feeding this ecosystem of information and making sure that it's not collapsing altogether? I think that's...
Thank you. And last table on neutrality and threats to Wikipedia.
I don't think any of us took notes, so I've been told to share some key points with you, which I'm happy to do, but please, everybody chip in what I miss. We were talking about the neutrality policy and the work that's being undertaken by the Board of Trustees and I believe a small working group to develop a universal policy. We discussed why this was needed, and nearly half of the wikis actually don't have a neutrality policy, and many of them are smaller wikis, but neutrality policy would enable better and more efficient and more effective decision making. But also, we talked about the attacks that Wikipedia is facing about not being neutral, and that this is a guardrail against that. It was felt very strongly that this policy needed to be succinct and easy to understand. Otherwise, it would fail, and that it would just set out the minimum expectations and standards, and communities can create stricter policies. See the English Wikipedia, for example. We talked about the potential tension between striving for a neutral point of view when the concept of free knowledge is not neutral. And the work of the Wikimedia Foundation and many affiliates and community leaders and individual contributors is also not neutral. And aligned to that is a potential tension between this concept of neutrality, knowledge equity. I'm sorry, the mic keeps cutting out. We also talked about, this is where my glasses would have been helpful, who decides what's neutral, who decides what neutral sources are, and how important it is that that decision-making is held by the community in a democratic process. But there was also a feeling that for that decision-making process to be credible, the communities have to be thriving, there has to be sufficient numbers of users, contributors and users with extended rights to be making those decisions, and in order to future-proof Wikipedia and to themselves against attacks, all of this work is interlinked. The work around users, readers, AI, and neutrality policy are not in fact siloed, but are part of a bigger strategic conversation. But please add anything, because my take.
Thank you. And to conclude with the last table, the fifth table that was online on artificial intelligence, Shani, up to you.
Hi, everyone. Yes, we had a small discussion about the use of Gen AI in our platforms. And I think the main key thing that we keep repeating is that on the one hand, people feel that there is quite a lot of potential for growth and for improvement of our different platforms, different projects. And on the other, a sense of crisis. Someone puts it as a crisis, a disruption to the way that we used to do things, and still sort of an exploration, sort of skepticism that despite being skeptical, we're still adopting, we're still experimenting a lot. And sort of the sense that we need to keep experimenting, that this is very initial for us to understand, and this kind of ties to the different things that you were discussing in all the different tables of how it ties to our work in general, to our place in the ecosystem of knowledge, to how to preserve neutrality, how to make sure that our different communities have the capacity that they need to actually use these tools properly. So it was sort of an acknowledgement of the complexity of the picture, of the situation we're in, and acknowledgement of the potential that we all see for growth.
Listening to what you are saying, looks really like that there were a lot of interesting discussions. I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you for being here and for taking part in this session.
Hi.
My name is Benedict Uday. I will be here with a couple of my colleagues, but before we go to introducing ourselves, I want to first welcome everyone who's joined here. Today we'll be looking at how do we revitalize wiki projects. So again, if you're here, I want to believe you're a lover of wiki projects or wiki collaborations. The agenda for today, basically we'll be going through introductions, we'll do why we're here, basically discuss why we're here. We'll also be discussing wiki project research that we have done and published, and then we'll look at the campaign event extension a bit, and then we'll do lots of discussion. So there will be discussion. I hope you're ready to discuss. I'm hoping this event, or this session rather, will be a very lively one. So feel free to partake in the discussion. But yes, and this is me, Benedict Uday, a movement communication specialist with the foundation. I'm supporting the campaigns, the connections team. And with me is Bachunda here. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Hello, my name is Bashunda. I'm a product ambassador for the awesome project, registration tool, and it's you.
And yes, online we have Ilana. Ilana, are you with us? Yes.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. I'm Ilana, and I'm the product manager for the Connection team, working with Benedict and Bashunda.
Oh, yes. But before we start, I want to do a quick check with the room. How many of you agree with me when I say collaboration is important in our movement? If you agree, show of hand. Okay. If you don't agree, show of hand. So we all agree that collaboration is important in our movement. And this is why we think it might be important for editors. It allows us to work on projects together. We can find tasks to work on. We can share skills and mentor each other and share successes and be recognized. These are some reasons why some of us think collaboration is important. But I'm curious to hear from the room. Is there any other reason you feel like collaboration is important that I didn't mention here? Anybody? Okay. All right. So part of the collaborations, there are different ways people can collaborate on the wiki space. And one of the ways we can collaborate, we know, is through events like editathons. This allows people to come together and edit together, right? Like hackathons, people come together and hack together. We have the photo walks, the different events. But we also have another way people can collaborate on our wiki space, and that is wiki projects. So what are wiki projects? So wiki projects are basically like the editathons, you know, the photo walks, you know, but the difference here is that with wiki projects is a longer time duration. So with events like editathon, you have short-term contributions, but with wiki projects, we say these are communities on the wikis that is focused on topics or tasks. So you can find wiki projects around women in red, filling the gaps around articles about women. You can find wiki projects around sports. These are special topics that people are interested in and come together to just contribute. But again, it's not just about adding content, but also you see admins also have wiki projects to help clean up backlogs. So all these are ways people can collaborate. And today we are here to discuss wiki projects. But one of the things about wiki projects that we have seen so far is that most of the wiki projects, many of them are dormant. And that is why we are here today. So we're here today because we want to learn about why this is the case. Why do we have so many wiki projects that are dormant? Why do we have so many wiki projects that are not active today? And how can we help? So this will be the bone of our discussion when we get to that session, but I want you to start thinking about that. Like, why do we have wiki projects that are dormant today? In your opinions, just think about that. So we've done 2 research, again, so far. And one of the research was led by Alex Stinson and Mike Rash in collaboration with our team, the Connection team. For that project, that research, we did the wiki project and on-wiki collaboration research, which was basically an on-wiki consultation that we did, as well as an off-wiki survey results. We had a total of 147 persons who responded to the survey. And again, we also have a different research that we did by our humble Muhammad, who helped us with that. Again, he took a deep dive into the Arabic Wikipedia and looking at the Arabic Wikipedia wiki projects and trying to understand what's happening there so that we can make sense of it all. Why do we have dormant wiki projects? So I'm just going to walk you through this project. Again, this was published last year, October. So I'm just going to walk you through some of the findings we had. And again, yes, feel free to take pictures of the wiki projects. So for this wiki project, we saw that, again, like I said, we had both on-wiki consultations and off-wiki surveys, where we had about 147 persons who partook in this research, in this consultation. And out of these 147 persons, one thing we did, the first question we asked was, what is your home wiki? Just trying to understand from where you're coming from. And what we noticed was that about 55 persons who responded to the survey were from the English Wikipedia. And then 92 persons were from other wikis. Hope this makes sense. Again, you can see the breakdown there in terms of the different wikis they're from. Again, something else we wanted to understand from the 147 persons who responded to this survey was wanted to understand the experience level, experience in the sense of the duration, how long they have been contributing to the wiki space. And so we asked the question, roughly, how long have you been editing for? And so we have different options there. We have the less than 1 year, we have 1 to 3 years, we have 3 to 6 years, and so on. What we saw from the survey was that most of the respondents, again, the respondents here being the 147 persons, were experienced editors. Again, experienced in the sense that they had, so if you look at the chart there, you will see most of them, it's tilted towards this way. Again, one thing we also saw that if you look at this chart, you will see that the English Wikipedia respondents, so out of the 147, remember, 55 were said their English Wikipedia was their home wiki. So the 55 of them, out of those 55 of those, we saw that we had newer editors from the English Wikipedia in comparison with the other wikis. Now, roughly how many edits have you made? Again, still trying to gauge, like, in terms of experience, in terms of the contributions you've been making. And so what we saw from this is that we saw that roughly, so we asked the question, roughly how many edits have they made? And what we saw that 83% had at least 1,000 edits, at least. But again, 51% of the people who responded at the time, again, remember this was published October, so I'm guessing by now it's more. They had at least 10,000 edits. Again, one other thing we checked was how over the careers of their editing, roughly how much of your Wikipedia editing took place inside the context of Wiki Project. Again, if you notice, we're cycling back to Wiki Project, trying to understand, do you even know about Wiki Project? Again, the respondents. I'm trying to see if they are aware of a Wiki Project, how much they have contributed within the wiki project. And what we saw was that 97 of the respondents said that at least some of their edits took place within the scope of a wiki project, which tells you that, 97% is a huge number, which means it is an important thing in terms of collaborating within the wiki space. Again, in terms of the value placed on collaboration, we asked another question, which was, when you think about your work on the wikis, how important to you is working together with other editors? I want to pause here. If you think it is important to work with other editors, show of hand. Again, if you think it is important in your work as an editor on the wiki space, show of hand. If you think it is not important to work with other editors, put your hands down. Again, this is almost the same question I asked before. How many of you think collaboration on the wiki is important? Voila. Okay, so what did we find out from the survey we had? So again, 59% of the persons who filled this survey said collaboration was very important to them, and then 25% of them said collaboration was somewhat important to them. Again, value placed on this, we asked again, as a Wikipedia editor, which of the following best describes you from a participation in the wikis? And then some of the things we saw was that, again, the top three editing priorities included improving existing content, creating new content, and then helping other editors. Again, still asking how have you ever participated in any of the following? Yep. In any of the following type of collaboration with other editors. Common collaborative activities that we saw was that editathon. How many of us have participated in editathon here? So that's one common one. Writing contest, specific workflows, backlog drives, and off-wiki events. Also, the non-English editors that filled the survey reported more experience with off-wiki contributions, activities, yeah. Again, we checked again, people needed for collaborations. So we asked the question, in your experience, how many committed participants need to be involved in a wiki project for it to be successful? Again, remember, when I defined wiki project, I said this is a collection of people focused on a particular topic, right? Or a particular thing they want to do. So the question now is, how many people do you think we need to have in a particular wiki project for that project to be successful? And what we saw was that respondents said that collaborative activities can be impactful without large participant numbers. I don't know how many of you agree with that? But again, from the respondents, we saw about 5 to 10 people is enough for many of the respondents. So they said about 5 to 10 persons per wiki project is enough to keep it alive. Again, we asked, what do you think, what do you like about collaborations? What are the things that motivate you when you're collaborating? So we saw different things, different responses. But the big motivations we saw, the motivating factors we saw, were that helping to fill knowledge gap and the sense of belonging in a community topped the chart for us in this response. And so that's from the respondents, that's what we got. So again, we asked, what are the biggest challenges so what do you think are the biggest challenges faced by wiki projects or other collaborative activities on the wiki space? Again, remember, we're trying to understand why are so many wiki projects dormant. And the three biggest challenges that the respondents gave were, first, finding people to join a particular wiki project was an issue. So that's one of the biggest challenges. The other biggest challenge that we saw was supporting newcomers and new editors were also a challenge. And keeping people continuously engaged during the lifespan of the wiki project was also an issue. Of course, other challenges that were mentioned were like creating and maintaining pages, tracking impacts, communicating with participants, and creating and maintaining task lists. Those were also challenges. So when again we tried to find out how can we help, again from the responses we got again different responses, but the top priorities we saw was that a simple, clear attacks, track participation, and activity notification is something we could help with. And now, that was all that were the survey we did last year. So this year, we took a deep dive into the Arabic Wikipedia to find out what's the issue or what the status is in Arabic Wikipedia wiki projects.
Thank you, Benedict, for your awesome presentation. The wiki project is very important for us as contributor and for volunteering, because for the first beginning of Wikipedia, wiki projects were very important to improve or to increase and make many Wikipedia bigger. So to complete our research in the collaboration, in the connection team, we take a look and focus on Arabic Wikipedia to understand this question, because the topic of this presentation is how to revive a wiki project. Okay. So wiki project help to organize contributor around a specific theme. Donc we have a different theme, for example, medicine, geography, etc., history. In Arabic Wikipedia, many projects show sign of inactivity. It's the same in other Wikipedia. This presentation summarizing and finding from many 170 wiki project in Wikipedia Arabic. How we list this wiki project by using Wikidata and a script in Spark. In the result, we have this pie, and what's the current observation? We have a high proportion of inactive or dormant wiki project. Many questions are asked why this project is dormant. Many appear active, but in real, it's only due to the bot. A bot include activity in this wiki project, but in real, this wiki project are dormant. Some pages labeled as wiki project, but in reality, it's not a wiki project. It's actually for only tracking a tool or tracking activity, etc. Sign of inactivity. We have no recent discussion or coordination. If we open any page in Wiki project, we take a look on discussion. There is no discussion in this wiki project now. Before, yes, maybe. No new contribution. It's a constant. A lack of project outcome. No new article created in this wiki project. The project created but never launched. We can see many blank page of wiki project, but after creation, the user now develop any activity in this wiki project. The illusion of activity. Activity often measured by edit count alone. Automated edit create a false sense of engagement. Why? Because we have bot to calculate the auto edit and included by the bot, but there is no real activity in wiki project. A real collaboration is minimal in many cases. We have a lack of specialized contributor in many fields. That's the challenge in Wiki project. For example, if we have a Wiki project in history of Ottoman country, empire, exactly. We have no user specialized in history of Ottoman Empire. That's the problem of many Wiki projects. We have no specialized user in this kind. Over-reliance of translated content from English Wikipedia or another big Wikipedia. That's the case of many other Wikipedia. It's also in Wikipedia Arabic. Saturation of major topic. What does it mean? In the creation of the Wiki project, the user create many articles, and after two or three or four, or it depends on the Wiki project. The Wiki project start to be slow activity and directly go to be dormant. That's the challenge. The question is how is a revitalization strategy. 4 points we can count of them. Create a tool to monitor a member engagement, talk page, edit, event, etc. Remote activities of project via community channel. Yeah, we need a human user or volunteer or to work on this project. It's important. Another solution to revitalize a Wiki project is to encourage a newcomer to join based on interest. Yeah, many idea, but that's we can find many other solutions to encourage the newcomers. Highlight Wiki project on the home page or welcome pages. How to do that? We have also, all of you can find many solutions to highlight these pages. But it's important to talk about the project continuously and to find different technique to do that. Supporting expert and local knowledge. From a partnership with academic institution, it's good. Host a thematic editathon, for example, in a library, it's an example, but also it's good. Develop content rooted, well, I'm talking in Arabic language source, but it's will be easy for all other languages. Empower a project to document local, oral, or no digitized knowledge. It's important to think about that to increase the knowledge by creating a wiki project, etc. Final thought, the success of wiki project depends on a real collaboration. It's important. Real collaboration is important. With the arriving of the AI and different other technology, the auto-creation of knowledge, real collaboration is important, human collaboration. Not just the maintenance or maintaining the articles, etc. Resizing and streamlining inactive project is key. If we find a project is dormant, it's a solution to think why this project is dormant and find another solution or a new goal for this project to take a new start. Promoting expertise and local contribution will enhance the quality. Community feedback is crucial. Continuously, we should to ask contributor about this project, what we can do to improve the wiki project, etc., etc. Community building feedback is crucial. Also. Yes. A campaign event extent, how it can help. It's for you. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm guessing a lot of us have heard about campaign event extension. If you haven't, show of hand. Okay. By the way, I like to do show of hand a lot, so bear with me. So yes, before we proceed to how we can help with campaign event extension or what we have done so far, I want to just look at some of the things we have identified or we've learned throughout in all of this in a summary. In terms of motivation, we've seen that content improvement is a motivating factor for a lot of editors. For a lot of people who want to collaborate, they want to collaborate because they want to increase, improve a particular content, maybe in a particular topic or in a particular field. Also, filling knowledge gaps is also another motivating factor, as well as, again, community belonging. Just the sense of belonging to a group of people of like minds is also a motivating factor. Again, in terms of the main problems we've identified so far, we've identified that finding new members for a wiki project is an issue. We've also identified supporting newcomers as one of the other issues. And then lastly, keeping people interested is also another issue. In terms of feature priorities, what people want to be done, like in terms of tools that could help, task management, tracking activities, and notifications are the top three that we saw. Again, this is in a nutshell. So, again, here comes campaigns event extension. So far, we have built campaign event extension. This tool, we hope, would help solve some of these problems. I wouldn't say all the problems, but some of the problems. What do we have on ground now? Right now, we have the participant registration through the event registration tool. How many of us have used the event registration tool to create an event? Just one? Oh, 3. Okay. So we have the event registration tool. This allows people organizers, to create an event using the event registration tool, but not just events, but also wiki projects. You can create wiki projects event as an organizer using the event registration tool, which allows you to do what? To register participants, manage the entire registration of participants within the wiki space without leaving the wiki space. So that is one of the features that we have currently in the campaign event extension. Another we have is the shareable calendar, the collaboration list. Prior to now, or prior to that work, if I have asked, how many of you know the events that are coming up in, let's say, Igbo Wikipedia? You would see that a few hands will be raised unless we have people from Igbo Wikipedia that are here. But right now, with this extension, you can check and you can see all the events that are using event registration tool that are coming up or past through the collaboration list. How many of you are familiar with the collaboration list? Again, show of hand. Just one. So to go to collaboration list, those of you who have your laptops here, you can just go to any of your favorite Wikipedia. By the way, the extension is now deployed on all Wikipedia. You can go to your favorite Wikipedia, any one of your choice, and just go to the special all events page. The all events is, the A is capital, the event, the E is capital, and they are together. If you go there, it will take you straight to the collaboration list. There you would see all upcoming events, not just for that wiki, but for the global wiki. So you see events that are coming up. But again, not just for events. In the collaboration list, we also have wiki projects there that are associated to that wiki you are on, which is something we have now. Another thing we have also currently is a way for people to find new members. Again, remember part of the challenge was that organizers are finding it difficult to find people who might be interested in that wiki project. We have a tool called invitation list that allows you to be able to find people who might be interested in your events or in your wiki project. And then you, as the organizer, can then use the list of the people you find and then reach out to them through your talk pages and invite them for the wiki projects you're interested in. So this is some of the things we have currently associated with the campaign event extension, which is great. But again, we still have some new things we're improving on, we're building. And again, one of the pain points we've seen so far is ability to track activities. And so that is something that is upcoming, is in development right now. We're building a tool or a feature that will allow both event organizers and wiki project organizers to be able to track activities in terms of impact. The projects you've made, the participants, how they contributed, and all of that, which I think a lot of us here would appreciate. Another thing we are potentially considering, again, no promises, but again, is the recognition improvement. So we may also explore improved ways to recognize good works by editors in the future. What next? What do you think we should work on next? So this next session now, this builds us to the part of the discussion. Remember when I started, I said this is going to be a lot of discussion. And yes, I know we had lots of talks, lots of presentation. This is just to give you like a background of what we have yet. So now I want us to, if you would not mind, be grouped. So we're going to group ourselves into maybe 3 groups, and we would have to discuss what next. Now, these are the discussions we want to engage in today. We want to learn. Again, remember, part of the things we want to learn is how can we help? How can we revitalize wiki projects within the wiki space? Because we have seen that this is one of the ways people can collaborate, and collaboration is important, as we have agreed. So yes, the way we're going to be grouping this is, again, we might just do 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So all the 1s will go one side, all the 2s go one side, and all the 3s go one side. Is that okay? Is that okay by everyone? Okay, so we can start here. You just 1, 2, 3, 1. You're 2, 3, you're 1, you're 2. Is she with us? Who's that? Okay, so you 3 and 1 again. You 2. Yes. Hello, are you with us? You're 3, 1, 2, 3. Yes. 1. Yes. 2. Please remember your numbers. 3. No, 1. 2. You're number 2. You're number 3. 1, 2, 3. Who doesn't have number yet? Everybody has number? So all the 1s, can you come to this side? If you're number 1, can you come to this table? Oh, 5 minutes. Okay. So let's do that quickly. All the 2s here and all the 3s there. So again, there is a note that has been passed around, a sticky note passed around. Again, you can just discuss within the next 2-3 minutes. What actions should we prioritize if we want to help revitalize wiki projects? The second one is, which ideas from the presentation or discussion can be applied immediately or quickly? And then the last one is, what support do wiki projects need to thrive? Do we get the 3 questions? They are displayed here. So we have 3 minutes to just quickly, you can start by putting it down, just everybody just write what you think. There's no wrong answers. There is no wrong answers, just your thoughts. What do you think we can do? Any of these questions you're comfortable answering, which is fine, in less than 3 minutes. Can we start now? So you need a pen. So there is the sticky notes. Yeah. Okay. Again, feel free to just answer any one of this if you can't have time for it. Okay, so I know the time is short. My sincere apologies. I just want you all to just write it down and maybe just, again, you can hand it over to my colleague as we make the way for the next session. Thank you so much, everyone, for this amazing discussion. You can find me around. Again, I remain Benedict, or you can find Bachunda around. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
We will collect your stickers and study. Thank you.
participate in a conversation with other volunteers and the Wikimedia Foundation, and ultimately try to get some of these ideas prioritized. The wish list was born in 2015, and the way it was born was effectively a survey. Volunteers would submit in a 2-week period their ideas. They would all vote on them, kind of rally around, and the top most voted on things would be worked on by a team at the foundation called the Community Tech Team. And so the Community Tech Team was responsible for both delivering wishes and building the tooling to support the wish list itself. But over the 8 years or so when the wish list was going on and the survey was going on, volunteers and staff kind of got more and more frustrated. One, that the foundation wasn't doing enough, that community tech was too small of a team and not enough wishes were being delivered. And then second, on the foundation side, there was a really big effort over this kind of 2 to 3 week period to literally sit down with every single wish, review it meticulously, and understand the impact or trade-offs. And ultimately, a lot of things just weren't prioritized. And so all this effort, collective effort from volunteers and staff, effectively was kind of going to waste, being recycled, and kind of like pitched again the next year. So next slide, Joe. So in 2024, last Wikimania in Poland, we proposed and launched a new version of the wish list. This version of the wish list had a continuous intake, which means that at this very moment, you could go to the community wish list, which is hosted on MetaWiki, and submit a wish. You could do it at any time of the year. You don't have to wait around for a survey to come about. We would allow people to submit wishes in any language, not just English. We would allow volunteers to actually be able to translate wishes via machine translation if it was not written in their language. And the foundation would look at wishes collectively and organize them into what we call focus areas and prioritize focus areas instead of individual wishes. And the thinking behind that is, in some cases, certain wishes are very strategic and aligned to what the foundation is looking to build and what volunteers are looking to build. But in some cases, a wish might be really bespoke to one community or only represent a minority of users, but really speak to a larger problem. And so a focus area kind of slightly abstracts the idea of a wish and says, okay, we have these 3 things. What are these 3 to 5 things really all about? And how can we kind of like think about holistically from a product standpoint, which of these wishes to prioritize? And so, and then we also removed, and I think this is important to call out, we removed the support of individual wishes, meaning that volunteers would no longer, when they submit wishes, start to kind of upvote in some capacity wishes so that foundation or even volunteers could see what is most popular. And we'll talk about whether that was a good idea or not. So here's what worked. 25% of the wishes that we got were from non-English speaking participants. We received over the last fiscal year 450 wishes. By comparison, the previous wish list had about 200. We completed 12 wishes. We also created 11 of these focus areas, and 4 of these focus areas were adopted by the foundation staff, which we think is a really good stepping stone in the right direction in terms of integrating the voice of community and dispersing it across the entire foundation. And so now Joy is going to talk a little bit about a focus area that we created and prioritized based on wishes that came in and what we did about it.
showcase basically how focus area worked as opposed to an individual wish. So template discovery was a focus area that was created earlier this year. And if any of you were involved in writing particular wishes or were involved in discussing with the staff, so you know that there were originally 5 wishes in the focus area. So what we did was we took that in the design team and we conducted a very quick discovery and we figured out that we could actually improve the template experience overall as opposed to just addressing these specific wishes that said quickly add info box or quickly insert a template and so on and so forth. So what we did was we came up with this feature called favoriting template. It was mentioned in one of the wishes that it could be an option. So as you can see that editors would now be able to favorite any templates directly from the search. It helps not only experienced editors that use same templates over and over, that they don't really have to search, but it will also help the new editors that if they're not sure about a specific template, so they can already favorite it. To help the new editors, we also, so this is another instance of that. So this is how it basically looks, that once a template has been favorited, it can also be unfavorited from the list. The next thing that we have introduced is the category browse. So here the user can actually browse templates from the list of templates, and not only they don't really have to remember that specific template that you know that they require. So this also helps the new editors. So let's look at some numbers now that how it helped. So since we launched favorite templates on August 4th, we have seen that around 3,916 volunteers have favorited more than one templates, and we have around 591 volunteers with 5+ favorite templates. Jack, would you like to add any additional insights on this, or should I move to the next slide?
Yeah, well, I'll just correct one thing you said, Joy. We launched this feature a little bit earlier in June to some smaller wikis. So, you know, in the last 3 days, we have not gotten 4,000 volunteers favoriting a template. That would be amazing. This is actually a snapshot from the data about 3 days ago of how many people have favorited 5+ templates. This feature is now live on all wikis. And I think it's a really interesting one in the sense of our goal at the foundation is to help, you know, make it easier to edit Wikipedia, to get more editors, to retain more editors, and to increase the onboarding. And so this feature does 2 things. One is it kind of helps newer volunteers really understand which of the templates that might be relevant to me, and it helps those more experienced editors find the templates they use you know, frequently, just faster and faster. And so I was really happy with the way that this feature turned out. I think our data is showing that it's working. And I think it's a good example of how this kind of focus area development and kind of thinking about stuff can lead to really good outcomes. So let's talk about what could have been better in this last year. Because I think there's a lot of things that we could have done a little bit better. And when I think of the wish list holistically and kind of moving forward, there's kind of 3 things that we try to drive through the wish list. The first is participation. And I think in our data, we see that we had more wishes than in previous wish lists. We see that we have had, I think, about 250 unique participants submitting wishes, which I think is pretty good. But I think overall, there's a sentiment that some of that community participation, that community celebration, has kind of been taken away. And one could potentially argue that the wish list, as we've reconstructed it, has diminished participation in that we've taken away the survey, the voting on community ideas, and such. The second thing that we have heard feedback on and kind of felt is that the process, the way that we process wishes and understand them and communicate statuses of them has a lot of room for more clarity. And so currently what happens is when a wish is submitted, the foundation looks at it, it has a submitted status. We review it, it gets marked as open, which makes it open for translation. And then foundation staff at some point go look at it and kind of assess whether we think this could be aligned to a focus area or not. The challenges of this process is that we haven't really set like very clear guidelines as to when and how things should get assessed. And so we've done a lot of work in the last 2 or 3 months on the back end, meaning kind of like in our own kind of internal processes to think about what are the better ways, what's a better way to potentially take in a wish, communicate the status of that wish as soon as we can to foundation, to our volunteers, and then have just more clarity of kind of like where things stand in terms of like the relative prioritization. And then lastly, prioritization, which is the ultimate goal of the wish list, is for the for volunteers to influence and have influence on what the foundation staff works on, and inform our annual planning, inform our strategic objectives. I think we've moved in a really good step in the right direction with focus areas. However, I think that the transparency of what is being prioritized, what is not being prioritized, hasn't been as clear. And so I think we've heard a lot of comments, and I understand there's a couple of folks who've commented on the wish list in this room right now, that we haven't been listening, that we took away voting, that we, that things feel very stagnant right now. And it's something that we're keenly aware of and have some plans to address that. So we'll share what those plans are right now. So the first thing that we plan to do, and for context, the wish list was built as a gadget when we launched it last year. We are investing in currently building an extension. That extension is currently in a security review. When that security review is done, we will be re-releasing iteratively these step changes towards a more clear, inclusive, understanding wish list. So the first thing we're going to be doing is introducing category tags. Previous wish lists had a way where you could say, I want to look at all wishes associated with, admins and patrollers. And so when you submit a wish, you will be able to assign an optional tag. These tags are editable, and within the wish list, you can then filter on the specific wishes that map to a specific tag. This will allow folks to get a clearer sense of what is in each bucket, and it'll also help staff understand what's in each bucket on Wiki instead of like kind of operating in spreadsheets and on Slack and other tools that we have. The second thing is that we will be introducing new statuses. So again, you could, we will have new statuses. So when a wish comes in, it'll immediately go into under review. We are going to flag when we think that wishes should be declined. We are going to flag when wishes will be be designated for kind of volunteer opportunities. And then we're going to talk about whether things are like long-term opportunities, meaning we don't think that we're really probably going to look at this for the next year or so. Midterm or short-term opportunities, which might be, this is something that could be on the horizon, and then, prioritized and in progress and then done. So those are kind of the new statuses that we're going to be introducing. And really, I think what we're trying to do is just be like abundantly clear of like, what is the foundation's perspective on this wish, so that we're not like setting the wrong expectations with our volunteers. And then lastly, I think this is very important. We want to bring back support on individual wishes. There's a couple of reasons for this. One, we think that supporting individual wishes will help volunteers feel like the wish list is more for the volunteer base at large. It'll also help staff at the foundation understand the relative priority of each wish, especially as they go into focus areas and evaluate focus areas. And maybe it will mean that we, say something is a long-term opportunity, but has a lot of support behind it. Wishes, again, support on wishes will not be a binding indicator of, hey, this thing needs to be prioritized now, and the foundation is moving away from we've moved away from we're going to work on the top 10 things. But the indicators of support can help inform the priorities of the volunteer bees at large. And it can help foundation staff really understand where are we over or under indexing. And so I think that this is an important time to bring this back. And it's, I think, a good step in the direction to reinvigorate the wish list. And then lastly, I think this is important. So currently we've had this kind of ad hoc process of staff processing wishes, meaning a wish comes in, we ping people, we try to get their assessment, we respond to volunteers, we don't really communicate status very well, and we haven't done as good of a job of creating focus areas. As we're moving forward, we want to institute, and I don't know whether it'll be in this upcoming quarter starting September 30th, or kind of the holiday season. But we are going to start building out a quarterly basis where we reassess. So we will assess on an ongoing basis incoming wishes, and then we will do kind of a holistic assessment of wishes in a particular category or wishes that align to a maintainer or steward, and think about kind of creating focus areas on a quarterly basis. And so what this will do is help us kind of get a more bring some of that celebratory kind of recurring and predictable timeline into our processes. So I think that the key lead here is the foundation believes and strongly believes that the wish list is really important. We know it's important for volunteers, and we, by evidence of us building an extension, by evidence of us, investing a lot of time and energy in, reevaluating the status of each wish, going to these kind of quarterly reviews, we want to invest more and more time in the wish list and really be a vehicle for community engagement and also extracting the signals that are really important to volunteers. I know that there has been feedback about the wish list, that volunteers have been frustrated with the processes. It's felt opaque. And I observe that and own that perhaps we haven't been as forthcoming on some of the changes or kind of delayed in some of the changes that we promised. But starting in the next month or two, we're going to start to see some of this feedback bear fruit and come to life and be back into the product. So with that, I'll open up to Q&A. Thank you so much for hanging in there with us today. And also for anyone who traveled to Nairobi, I'm sorry I missed you in person, but I'm sure you're having a great time.
Thanks, Jack. Yeah, we'll start Q&A now. Has any questions?
Okay, there's one question that came in online, and that is how many wish focus areas do we have? I know Runa has responded with a list, but I'm wondering if you might be able to share that.
I think we have 11 right now.
You're muted. The question is how many focus areas we currently have. Runa has already answered it. But are you there?
We actually have 15 focus areas. I miscounted.
Questions are coming in online. Okay, all the questions are coming in online. So the next question is, how do you plan on increasing community engagement, though?
That's a great question. So to give a little bit of context as to the previous version of the wish list and getting community engagement, we had this survey, and in order to gain participation in the survey, we leveraged central notice banners. We leveraged a lot of communication to field all of the ideas at once. And what that does is it creates this mountain of information that you have to quickly process, and it takes a Herculean effort to do that. When we reinstituted the wish list, we haven't run a central notice banner. We have not, we've done bits and pieces of collecting information, or kind of signaling, hey, we're looking for wishes in a certain area. But we haven't really done that much outreach. And so all the traffic that we've gotten for the most part has been very organic. I think in some capacity that's been a little bit slower than we'd like, or less participation than we'd like. I think number one, allowing upvoting or support will help increase ongoing participation from volunteers who don't necessarily want to submit something at any given time. Two, we actually experimented with this last week. The community tech team is prioritizing work on watch list and recent changes, specifically watch list. And we asked in Tech News for additional wishes for people to submit. And with that, we got 6 additional wishes within 2 days, all specific to watch list. So I think that there are tactics that we can take, whether it's a central notice banner, whether it's individual teams soliciting wishes in a particular area, like potentially edit check, or mobile editing or other topic areas that we're kind of circling around, as well as potentially escalating or elevating the entry point of the wish list on other services. So those are just a few different ways that we could potentially increase participation. Now, in terms of having a ceremonial point in time, here's the top 10 things that we've been looking at. I don't know if that is the most effective way of kind of building software. We continually look at the movement's priorities, what's going on in the world, the external trends, the internal trends, and prioritize accordingly. And so we kind of need to keep this process of this continuous intake. And I think but I think that the quarterly review process of committing to creating and editing and kind of monitoring our focus areas and wishes on a quarterly basis can also help kind of build some of that ceremony back into the wish list that some folks have missed.
If I may just add one more point on what Jack was saying. So engagement happens at different level. From the design side, we are able to spend more time on focus areas compared to individual wishes. So earlier, when the design team used to work on individual wishes, we would have to execute really fast, and often we did not have the luxury to run any discovery or even to do user test. But now that we have more time and we are working on kind of KR basis, we have the luxury to actually reach out to the community members, get our designs validated, get their feedback, and kind of tune it before we release something. So from that point of view also, we are moving towards a higher engagement with the community.
One last question, and that is, should we encourage wikis to advertise the wish list in their community areas?
I think it's a great idea. I would love for folks to advertise it. We can talk to individual communities of where we think is the best entry point or where they could be advertising it. So yeah, we should definitely talk to folks who are interested in that.
In the room, yeah.
Not so much a question, but really a thanks. Years ago, I remember a lot of admins on the English Wikipedia, like myself, had been asking for the ability to layer blocks so that we could partially block someone who was partially blocked if we had to block them site-wide for some reason, we could. That seems to have been deployed very recently, I noticed on the block page. So these things do come through.
Yeah, thanks for the feedback. In fact, I was talking to some volunteer yesterday who gave me some additional feedback on multi-block, and it's always nice to hear a success story.
Hello. Okay. My question is there a specific number of focus areas that Community Tech plans to work on each year? And is there any plan to change that number in the future?
That's a great question. Thank you for asking it. In terms of working on focus, I think there's two parts to this, right? And Community Tech is an interesting team in that we both build the tooling to support the wish list, and a lot of our efforts in the last year have gone against that. And we also fulfill or kind of work on wishes as a whole. So multi-blocks are an example of wishes that we've worked on. The favoriting templates kind of exercise, that's another example of wishes we worked on. In terms of adopting focus areas, I think it's really challenging for any team to, when we adopt a focus area, we're looking at probably like at least a 2-quarter commitment. Most wishes or collections of wishes, like you can't make that much impact by just doing one thing. And so really like when we think of like adopting a focus area, it's like a 2+ quarter commitment of like here's what our roadmap is, or part of our roadmap. I think the Community Tech team will probably work on 1 to 2 focus areas over the next year. Task prioritization is the focus area that the Community Tech team will work on. But it's really important to underscore that the Community Tech team is not the only team at the foundation that we want to be working on wishes. And so we have multiple teams at the foundation who've said, we are going to look at and adopt a focus area in our annual plan and in our strategic goals. And I think it's really comes from the perspective of our volunteers have really important things to say. And the teams that are closest to the work relating to specific wishes should, be listening to the signals that are coming through the wish list. And, edit check, I think, was a really good example of that. Like edit check was born out of multiple pieces of data, the wish list being one of those pieces of data. And like now we have a really great, feature that has been built by the editing team. And so I think that, multiple teams ideally will be more and more teams will be adopting focus areas. And so I don't think that the Community Tech team should be, like taking on more than it can chew. I think it's really a function of the foundation as a whole engaging.
Another online question. What about tools that do not have teams or active maintenance? Do they get prioritized at all?
It's a great question. This is something that we are working on. We'll probably have more information to share relatively in the next couple of months. The short answer is we intake wishes. We are currently mapping wishes against the developer maintainer table. We know exactly how many wishes align to an unsupported tool or a tool that is not maintained by a specific, team. And I think that this aggregation of data and also some of the demand that we might be seeing from support could help inform, how we're resourcing against certain priorities. But again, it all comes back to, do these wishes align to movement strategy and kind of a calculation that is hard to, you know, like create like a perfect algorithm for.
Can probably take 2 more questions. So should we apply the 9 seconds principle that we do, foundation? Okay, so I guess that's all the questions we have for today. Thanks everybody for joining. And
yeah, thank
you.
Thank you so much, everyone. You can always reach me on my talk page or at my email if you have any questions. And I'll hang around for the next couple minutes in case anyone wants to hop on or ask a question.